Hey guys! Hey everyone! Hello and welcome to the first of our cozy slumber party type of weekend sprints. So, for those of you who don't know what's going on, these are the first of a lot of sprints. And normally in the description box, you should be able to see the all of the other people who are hosting, a link to the Twitter schedule that has all of the sprints and a link to the next ones. The next public ones will be tomorrow morning. But so I'm joined by Sasha. Hey Sasha.
Hello, hello everyone.
So Sasha is the reason for all of this. One of the two reasons for all of this, because we all know Sasha, and that's how we all got together and know each other. But the real reason and the real shout out I want to give is to Denise from An Adventure in the Enchanted Forest, because she's the one who came up with this idea and who coordinated it. She's not here normally, but Denise, if you're watching this back, thank you so much for this idea, because I'm so looking forward to a weekend of reading together. But so yeah, hey guys. Normally, potentially another guest is gonna show up later. So we will be joined by a third person normally, but she isn't here yet. But we will welcome her when she is. But let's get this party started. Hey Sasha. So what are you reading?
So I'm gonna be reading this one, so short
Hmm.
form, because I have the live show tomorrow, and I've only read 100 pages.
Okay. So how much do you still need to go through?
I mean, 400 pages.
You can
I
do it. You can
believe
do it.
no,
Aha.
I can do it, especially because I just downloaded the audiobook.
Hello.
Oh,
Hi, we're not hearing you, Barbara, so you need to check your settings, but the mic part is not coming through at the moment.
no.
But so we are joined, as I said, by third person Barbara, who will be able to communicate with us soon, I hope. So it's Shorefall, and you had a second book, right?
Shortfall is a second book.
Ah, okay. Yeah, but you had I know,
Oh
because I saw another book there, but you already finished it, or
no.
no?
I'm so late with all my reads, but thanks God the live show is next weekend for
Yeah.
Into the Drowning Deep, so I'm good. So I really want to focus on this one today. So yeah, I'm loving it. It's not an issue, like it's not regarding the quality of the book or the content, whatever. I'm loving it. I'm just having a bit of a hard time focusing. So yeah, I need all the help possible. No, I still
No,
cannot hear
still I
you.
cannot hear you.
uh,
Yeah, it's not a mute button because yeah, indeed I saw it change from mute to noisy.
yeah. You know when you click on settings down here and then you can click on audio, do you see maybe another mic is actually connected? Like you have audio, then you have
Okay.
mic.
Yeah, wait, yeah.
Now you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sasha. That helped.
No worries. Sometimes it connects to another mic, so you have to
Yeah.
manually change it. But all good
Yeah.
now.
Welcome. Welcome, Barbora.
Thank you. It's
I
the first time
see.
I'm ever on like stream, so I'm kind of nervous right now.
Well, no worries. We will. Well, it's my second time, so I mean, I will say I will guide you through it, but for me, it will also be like, hope everything goes right. But Sasha's the veteran here. She can help us out.
I'll do my best, but don't worry. It's all fun.
So I see that you will be reading The Book Eaters.
Uh, yeah, I have two books actually that I'm going through right now. I have The Book Eaters. I am like 100 pages in, and I put it on the side a little bit because I was listening to audiobooks or focusing, especially on Verity, actually, from Colin Hoover, because that one was on Audible, only available until end of October. So I was like, I need to listen to that now. So I listened to that, and then I started listening to The Hollow Places. And so I'm there like 60 pages in, so I'll be kind of jumping between the two.
Yeah. Perfect. The Hollow Places I have yet to read, but Sasha has already read it, and a lot of people in the chat will have also read it.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Did my cat just unplug my camera?
I was like, what is she doing? Is it part of the live? Was
Surprise.
Where is the camera button? Uh,
oh, cat revenge?
okay. This is the wrong camera. Going really well here. Let's do that for a second. So, uh,
Cat is bringing some spice to the live. Cat
yeah.
shenanigans.
Aha.
Absolutely. Working.
Thanks. Yes, thank you. So let's see. Let's welcome the people here because I haven't gone through any comments yet. So going to a great start. Can I just use something like this? Nope. To toggle between the comments. Yeah, that's me. You will taking a very good approach to productivity before the stream. Hey, hello. Just got myself a snack. I have a snack on the side as well. Ow.
Mm.
Hey, Daniela. Hello. 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 Kitty, yes, Kitty Cam. There was a little bit of a fight earlier about who gets to claim the beds. So we'll see whether the other cat can show up or not at some point. But currently, she is not interested anymore. Hello. Hey. I just started and I'm 85 pages in. We can do it. That would be about Shorefall as well, I assume.
Mhm,
So
I
good
think.
luck. Oh, missed some. Yay, party. Shorefall. So we got a lot of last minute Shorefall readers in this comment section.
Yeah.
I'm going to make myself some pumpkin to eat first thing and then I'm going to read a bit. Enjoy. So many of us need to finish Shorefall. Yeah. Time to go beast mode. And I think this is another one for this party, right? Wormpack recruit McTavish reporting in, Chief Bookworm. Book at my side, glass of water at hand, figured I'd pop in. Definitely, because I know you are reading another one. I was confused. You've already finished Shorefall then, so
Yeah.
you're ahead. You're all doing amazing. Thank you. I want to finish Into the Drowning Deep in October, so I have to read 100 pages a day, Friday through Monday, and I am on schedule. Okay, good that you're already on schedule. So yesterday was already fine. So with these sprints, today should be fine as well, right? I'm also
Mm.
so excited for this weekend. I read 50% and want to finish Into the Drowning Deep today. You can definitely do that. I'm also listening to the Hollow Places. Oh, nice. Okay, so you are also joining. Cat shenanigans. Yeah, Buffy. I mean, she's already been relatively quiet for her doing, which I'm happy about. Bringing some spice to the life. Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you can actually hear guitar music as well, because my upstairs neighbor is also doing his best to bring some atmosphere.
I cannot hear it.
No.
Luckily, the dog is also not howling along. Hollow Places is so good. Hope you love it too. Cat rolled over, and yeah, definitely. Sister Song. That is like a retelling or something or not? I kind of see the cover in front of me. It has like a Celtic sort of inspiration, I believe. So my camera is currently a webcam, an external webcam that is attached to a tripod, and the headset is connected to the laptop. I still need to finish Foundry sites. The first one, so you still need to finish the first one. Or maybe you can like watch the live for the first one while they're doing the live for the second one.
Mm.
In my defense, Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities came out and had to do that first. I have like that a book, or because Guillermo del Toro is like a director, right?
Yes, he did Shape of Water
Yeah,
and other.
Yeah, Pan's
thing.
Labyrinth, I
Yes,
believe.
absolutely. Yes.
Or maybe it is a movie. I just haven't heard of it.
So that's a show on Netflix that just
Ah,
came
it's a
out.
show. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm reading The Golden Flame. I'm halfway through the book and I'm liking it. I'm sat outside at my picnic bench with my earpods in and I cannot hear any guitar at all or dog. Good to know. And lucky that you can still get some hammock time out of this nice weather. Never knew you needed some background music for all the awesomeness. I mean, it's the same song over and over again, you know. It's just it's not that awesome. I'm reading The Subtle Knife. Well, company. Well, I also need to make lunch. Yes, Sister Song is Celtic. I don't know if it's a retelling. Yeah, I also
Mm.
am probably making that up just based on the cover design. Like it looks like a lot of retelling covers.
It is
This
tagged as retelling.
okay. I don't know
So
by of what then, but this is a Netflix anthology show that he produced. It is directed by others, and I loved it. Okay, yeah, I have not heard of it, but I am constantly behind with those things. So, as I just showed, I am reading The Subtle Knife. That will be my
Mhm.
priority for these sprints because I want to finish it still in 2 months. But my other book is just a lost cause for finishing this month. So I will be switching sometimes, but this is An Echo of Things to Come. All right. That's the annoying thing about the camera being there. An Echo of Things to Come by James Islington, but I am like 100 pages in and it's over 700 pages. So that is not happening this month anymore. But yeah, I'll try to make some progress in it still today.
which one is it in the series? The second one? Third
It's the
one?
second one. Yeah,
Second
second
one.
one. So it's the first one in January, and you're supposed to read them close together, which yeah, I do notice that. But it's relatively okay. There was like a 7-page summary at the beginning, and I did remember quite a bit. But like in the very beginning, I was like confused about whether I'm lost because I'm supposed to be lost, or because I don't remember certain things.
Mm.
So yeah, still don't know the actual answer to that, but I think I'm supposed to be lost for some of it at least.
Well,
Yeah, that's why I decided like recently that I'm not no longer reading series that are not finished yet.
It
mm.
is
Because then I would
finished.
have to reread. Yeah, so that's
It is
great.
finished, so
Because then
it's fully my own fault.
Oh,
But I am definitely gonna try and get to the third one shortly
mhm.
after finishing the second one, maybe in like January or so. But yeah,
That looks so cool.
I'm conflicted about that, about like not reading series until they're finished, because on the one hand, like I also want to be able to immediately continue and read the entire series in one go. But on the other hand, I also kind of miss like that excitement you used to have when you're like waiting for something for the release
Mm.
date and then like reading it first
Yeah.
thing. So yeah, I like both experiences, so I guess I'll
Yeah.
continue doing a mix of both.
Mm.
Where was I? I might use the first sprint for finally doing the dishes. Oh no, you
Me
were
too.
sick? Hope you're feeling better.
Oh.
Hello. I follow too many horror peeps to not know about the show. Yeah, but horror is definitely not really my thing, even though I did do a cannibalism reading vlog last week, but still need to read Into the Drowning Deep, going to audiobook that, and read The Subtle Knife physically. Can you tell I'm a procrastinator? I'm also definitely a procrastinator. I just, at the beginning of the month, already knew I was not going to get to Into the Drowning Deep, so that gave me a little bit more
Mm.
leeway. It's true, I'm sat outside in my shorts and t-shirt, but the house is shading the garden, so I haven't whipped the hammock out of the garden, out of the garage after all. Going to sit in the sun shortly. Gonna read the Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires. I've never read Grady Hendrix, that is right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I really enjoyed that book.
Yeah, I haven't read any yet. But as I said, horror, thriller, not really my genre. But I do want to read more horror, so maybe.
Mm.
Also, still need to finish The Northern Lights, so I'm really behind on my reading, but I'll watch the live shows back. It's fine. It's like a months and more delay by the end, but the live shows will still be available. So be right back. Going to do some grocery shopping. I decided not to because I would just buy junk for this weekend if I would have. So I'm gonna stick to healthy snack. I got a wee bit stressed when I was falling behind on the read-alongs at the beginning of 2022, so I tried to do my homework ahead of time now. I have learned how to read along better.
Yeah, but also it's all for fun. If it's overwhelming or you cannot do everything, just don't do it. Like that's also something that is hard to do, not to do things, you know. But
Yeah,
it's good.
definitely. I mean, even when I'm just trying to stick to the Howling Pack and of Queen Switches and Valkyries, and even then, I this month had to be like, okay, I'm only doing of Queen Switches and Valkyries because I was gonna read that book anyway,
Mm.
because I just need to have time to read stuff that I want to read off of my own
Mhm.
in TBR already.
Yep.
I can remember strange little details or the basic plot lines, but the names of characters go out the window within a week. I mean, a lot goes out of the window with me very shortly as well. Did watch almost all of Game of Thrones last 2 months. I only have the last season left. Yeah, you'll have more time after that. It's perfectly fine to
Yeah.
switch priorities here and there and have a lesser reading month when you're having more of a TV month. I want to finish Plain Bad Heroines before the month is over. About 200 pages left. Yeah, that's also a chunky one, but you're already pretty far in then. Hope you're enjoying it. Have fun this afternoon. See you tonight. Yay! So this is Denise who was mentioning earlier, the one who gave us the ID, the one who got this all together, made the visuals and all of that. So definitely look forward to her sprints tomorrow morning, the public ones. Reminds me of when I watched Inazuma 11 during a readathon, still managed 47 books somehow. Yeah, I have no manga knowledge, so sadly I know nothing about this. But so we are past quarter past. I guess we can do a sprint for 45 minutes now, which means
Absolutely.
I have to figure out again how to do that. So share screen, right? With sound, a window, okay. Wait, no, this, yeah.
What are you
Forgive.
using? The Pomodoro Kitty?
I am using the Study With Me one, which you should be
Ooh.
seeing now.
Yes.
Yep.
Very
Okay,
good.
perfect. Um, so wait, how does it look? Okay, it looks like that. Okay, perfect. So let's start in 3, 2, 1. Hello.
Hello.
So, how was that sprint?
Is that a kitty that we heard?
Yes, that's the noisy one.
Uh,
Cute.
I've read 40 pages.
Wow.
Not mad about it.
I read and listened. I did dishes and listened to audiobook at the same time. 19
Nice.
of the Hollow Places.
My 16 or something like that, yeah.
Nice.
And I have an annoying kitty, and I'm joined by another kitty over here. She's just behind my name, of course.
Cute. Cute. I love the ending of the countdown. It was very like soft. I liked
Yeah,
it.
there are like for that timer you have 4 options, so that's also nice. You can kind of choose the sound that you
Nice.
want. Shut
Nice.
up. Oh wait, cause where were we? It's only 127 episodes for the first series. Okay, so it was an anime, not a manga. I think that is about the timer. Hey, Marta. Hey, I arrived half an hour late, but did a catch up on the first chatty bit. Today I'm focusing on finishing Bloodchild and Other Stories and A Dowry of Bloods. I don't know Bloodchild, I think. I have not heard of it. Hey, Marta, I'm away for a few minutes, but I'll leave the sprints on. I forgot I'm on BST, not CEST, so I'm an hour late. Oops. Got lots of uni work to do today. No problem. Time zones, they're confusing, right?
And tomorrow we're gonna be CST, not CEST anymore.
True, true. We're switching as well. Um, an hour less of sleep or an hour more of sleep?
I think when it's gonna be 3,
It goes
it's
back
gonna
to
go to
2.
2.
Yeah.
So an hour more.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
More time to
Yeah,
read.
well, or to sleep more likely. But
Or that.
I was for 1 second also like confused when I saw the visual, and I was like, "Wait, at 1? Did I say I was gonna start at 1?" And I was like, "Okay, no,
One
that's the
PST.
GMT."
Yeah.
And I remember why I didn't continue in Sister Song. All 3 POVs are in first person. Somehow I find that a bit jarring. I don't know whether I've ever read anything that has like multiple first person perspectives. So I don't know whether I would find that annoying or not.
That must be
Yeah,
disturbing. Or
yeah.
unusual at least.
Yeah.
I've read a book like I think it was One Day in December that had 2 POVs and both were first person, and it was so strange. Like I halfway through the chapter I was like, wait, whose point of view is this?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
can
I can
Yeah, I
imagine.
was
imagine it being confusing indeed.
Mm.
yeah.
That is a gentle tone compared to the kitty sounds that ends the sprints. Well, if you
Okay.
consider that gentle, I mean, you meant the ends to our sprints now. Yeah, that's why I'm not using the kitty timer because
Mm.
I always have a heart attack when somebody uses the kitty timer. I haven't done the dishes, but I did some Duolingo. No way I'm dropping out of the league. Yeah, I also need to do Duolingo because I also got a notification that I'm dropping out. I did my Duolingo. I read 25 pages. Real cat sound effects are excellent. Hello. I read 48 mostly because I had to stop every other page and scream in rage. Wait, what were you reading? Yeah, you were reading the Southern Book Club's Guide
Yeah.
to Slaying Vampires.
Oh.
Like rage over the book, or like emphatic rage. You're emphasizing with the people in the book. Manages 25 pages of plain bad heroines. They're finally at the haunted place. I really don't know what plain bad heroines is about, actually. I saw who was reading it. Somebody read it in a themed vlog that I saw yesterday even. Was it Cody? I don't know.
Mm,
But
I
then it
don't
would have
know.
been Dark Academia, which I don't think it is, right? Also saw somebody doing a vampire vlog. Is it vampires? I don't know. 38 pages of Shorefall. Hello, Buffy and Fates. What country are you all from, if I may ask? So I'm from Belgium, Flemish sides.
I live in Belgium, Flemish side.
I am from Slovakia, but I live in Sweden.
So a mix.
Uh, the intruder from the north.
How long are you going to be sprinting for this afternoon? Well, we have the next set of sprints, which is a private sprint session at 7 on Sasha's Patreon. And I think that that would mean that we'll end it like at 6 probably, right?
I mean, whenever you feel like
Yeah,
stopping.
or earlier, but
I
I
know I
think
have.
I think 6 would probably be best because then you still have like an hour in between the two sprint sessions for the ones who are going to show up at Sasha's. So I think 6 will be when we're rounding things off, but definitely if you
Mm,
guys want to leave earlier, definitely also feel free, you know. Don't have to stay here the entire time. Spring forward, fall back. Wait, I don't understand that comment.
That's the time, daylight saving.
ah,
yeah.
okay. Is that the sort of like, how do you call that, mnemonic device or something like that, right?
Mm.
Spring forward,
Minute.
fall back.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Never heard of it.
I read chapter 16 of Into the Drowning Deep and got a snack.
Yeah.
Nice. I barely sleep, so an hour more of things to do. Okay. I will definitely be sleeping. So did I, Judith. I'm on the start of chapter 17 right now. So you're in sync.
Mm,
Bloodchild and Other Stories is a collection of short works by Octavia E. Butler. It has sci fi, horror, and 2 short essays. It's my first read by her. I have yet to read an Octavia E. Butler, but I definitely will at some point. Daryl and Gregory and the Captain. I am trying to think of the context for this. What did we talk about?
I cannot remember.
The only thing Daryl makes me think of The Walking Dead, but we definitely didn't talk about that. Children of Blood and Bone does this. Maybe something like about this first person POV or what? Children of Blood and Bone does the same. It's the first person POV. The characters need to be very distinct for it to work. It didn't work for me. Yeah, I would imagine that you kind of need something that will make it clear to you whose POV you're reading from. Because even if like the chapter header is the name of the person,
Yeah.
it would still like I don't think that I usually actually read the chapter header in those cases. You know, that it's more like the context that makes it clear to
Yeah.
you who you're reading from.
I feel like that's why I did not enjoy Children of Blood and Bone that much because I had an issue with the way it was told. So I think it might be that bothered me. Not the story itself, but like the way it was told. Hmm.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right. What is BNONT? I need to already. Oh, I
I
am.
think it's about Gabby, books and other nerd things.
Okay. Good rage because I'm empathizing. Okay. The gaslighting.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, right.
Mm.
Yes. Children of Blood and Bone was the first time I saw that. Okay. I have not read that neither. You should consider playing Bad Heroes Dark Academia. Okay, so it was Cody's vlog then that had it. It is set in a school that was abandoned in the 1900s. It's about a movie that is supposed to be filmed there.
Cool.
Me too, at least I don't remember any other book like that. Yeah, it is a nice coincidence. Because I think everyone else here who's reading, what is it? What are you guys reading? Shorefall? You
Sure.
guys are all on a different part, right?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, so
Yeah.
Into the Drowning Deep. Yeah, I was gonna say Sasha, and you didn't realize, but you still need to read it.
I mean, I've read like the two first chapters, but there is no name. It's like, um, how can you, like an article, like a newspaper paper thingy, or like some kind of report. So
Hmm.
I didn't actually catch up on the names, but that's a reminder that I should reread the few pages I have already read.
Octavia Butler is an amazing writer. I loved Kindred by her. Yeah, I definitely want to read some of her works. Do not deactivate my camera. It's a dangerous spot. I rarely read chapter headers too. I gave Children of Blood and Bones 2 stars. Good concept, poor execution, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I got to chapter 11 in Shorefall.
14 for me.
I am to some extent quite sad that I didn't participate, but then it would have just stressed me out. But I'm like, I now also want to read this.
Yeah, but you can read all three of them when you have time,
Yeah,
because, and also, to be fair, they're super easy to read. Like, it's adult, but you just read it so fast. So you can definitely do it any other time.
yeah. Yeah, I saw somebody say that they wouldn't like. I saw a video that was about series that they wouldn't continue with, and it was that series. I didn't watch the video because, yeah, I haven't seen the series, but I guess I now understand where it was coming from. I mentioned getting stressed by read-longs earlier, but I meant more that when I commit to reading something, I do not want to fail or let anybody down. I mean, I think everybody understands that there's a difference between what us booktubers say we will read and what we end up getting around to. But I understand. Like, I just filmed a video in which I also talk about how I've not been communicating my TBRs for the past 2 months, I guess. Since September, I've not filmed a TBR video, and it's actually helped me to not feel the stress of reading the stuff that's in that video, even though I know that. I mean, I don't expect people when they give their TBR video to read everything on it, but just for me, it's been easier to be like, yeah, whatever. Nobody knows that I was gonna read this, so
Yeah, I feel you. I haven't filmed like a TBR video, I feel like, in a long time, like a real one, because
Mhm.
every single month I had like 6 mandatory reads. So it was like exactly the same thing every single time. But hopefully next time I will be like more mood reading. I mean, next year.
Yeah, in November, in principle, I have mood read time as well because I think I only planned for like the first 3 weeks if I read at the pace that I'm planning to read, of course. And even in that plan, there's some books that I would acquire, and so those can change depending on what I find in the bookstores. We can buddy read it someday. Uh, I assume you mean, what was it? Foundry Side? That's the
I
title.
think this countryside, yeah, that you're talking about.
Uh, and Children of Blood and Bone still has no third book, so also a
Oh,
reason not to
really?
start it.
I
Yeah,
did not
because
know.
the first one of that is quite a while ago, right?
Let me check. Children. Mm,
That's weird because at the
2018.
2018, yeah. Because at the time, I feel like I heard quite a lot of good things about the first book, but I don't think I've seen many talk about the second. Nonfiction November. Every year, Nonfiction November surprises me. Every year, it's like almost November, and then I'm like, oh no, Nonfiction November, damn it. And I already have reading plans. So I don't know. Sorry, Fate. You guys?
Mm-mm, I'm not doing it. I'm hosting the Once Upon a Readathon, so I'm gonna be focusing
Yeah.
on that.
Is this nonfiction November some kind of readathon? I don't think
Yeah.
I.
So it's a
Okay.
yearly
Yeah.
readathon. Yeah, basically. I don't think there are prompts. Maybe there are some, but
Okay.
the basic idea is just to read nonfiction in the month of November.
Yeah, it's like a
Um,
challenge readathon. Like
Mhm.
okay. Yeah.
you focus on a
Yeah.
theme. Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna try to read or listen to. I have audiobook of the Matthew Perry's new book coming out November 1st. The Friends, Lovers, and the Big Secret Thing or something like that it's called. And that
Mm.
comes out on November 1st. And then I actually bought tickets for like online live streaming of Matthew Perry talking about the book, kind of like book tour, but like
Yeah.
online. And so that's on November, well, 3rd at night, like 1 a.m. our time.
Yeah.
So I would like to listen to that book in like the first 2 days of November. So we'll
Mm,
see if that happens.
nice.
Nice indeed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like memoirs. I was just I listened to a podcast yesterday that was talking about the new memoir of Constance Wu, who I actually personally have not actually watched anything in which
Mhm.
she plays, but it made me interested in it too. I don't read enough memoirs or biographies or something.
Mhm.
I kind of want to read the very hyped one now, like I'm glad my mother died.
Mm. Yeah, I listened to that in like 1 day.
Did
Okay.
you enjoy it?
Was- Hmm?
Did you enjoy it?
Uh, yeah, I don't think I was as like amazed by it as everyone, but it still came out, or like I still thought it was like really, really great. So yeah, definitely.
Okay.
But it has very um not graphic, but like very outspoken, lots of like trigger warnings,
Mm.
things.
Okay.
Yeah,
So check out those if you are
yeah,
sensitive.
definitely. I've learned a bit more, a little bit about my reading capacity now that I've delved into BookTube more this year and joined in the read-alongs. 4 books a month is about my reliable rate. Four
Nice.
books a month was definitely my pre-BookTube rate, more or less. When I was still balancing multiple things, now it definitely putting way too much time into reading compared to some of
Mm,
my other hobbies. So then it's became more, but 4 is a nice spot to sit in.
Mm.
mm, yeah.
I just started fledgling by her and only a couple of chapters in, and I'm already sucked in. So also by Activity Builder, I assume, right? We will do like the catch up read along for the Foundry side, I guess. I always treat my TBR as a pile of possibilities for the month. Yeah, I
Mm,
used to do the pile of possibilities instead of a TBR, but then I would just put so many books on there
mm.
that it also just stressed me out. Then it didn't stress me out, but then I was just always annoyed at myself for not getting to some of
All
those
of them.
books.
Mm.
So I was like, but I also wanted to read that. Okay, I've lost. Why is my computer glitching? So I'm having a technical difficulty here with my computer. Ah, is it you? Yeah, it is you.
Cat problems.
Cat problems. Same, Judith, but I put the read along at higher priorities as they are more like commitment. Do not lie down on my laptop again. It's a quick read. You can still join for book 3 in November. I don't think that will happen. I was so tempted to join the Once Upon a Readathon. I've never tried a readathon thus far in my booktube viewing history, but I think I've decided not to commit this year. Well, you can always do January, be sure it's on, or by a certain someone within this particular stream. I,
Yep. Yeah. I
I am
mean,
doing a. Let's say, go ahead.
no, I was just saying, like, readathon are can be overwhelming. So just you can also try without being like, oh, I'm gonna commit for the entire month, so I'm gonna do blah blah blah. Just be like, oh, I might try it. 1 prompt, 2 prompts, and that's it. Like there are many ways to participate in a readathon. You don't need to base all your 4 books for that readathon, you know. So
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it could also be about finding like the readathon format that works for you, you know? For example, a
mhm,
weekend readathon can be super chill because usually it's just about spending time together and it's not about like fitting prompts, or it's about trying to find that one book that fits as many of those prompts as possible or
mhm,
something like that. So it can
yeah.
also be like that, you know, that you find yourself more at ease with a shorter readathon than with a full month one.
Mhm.
I am doing Once Upon a Readathon, but I still need to decide on a team. I don't know why I'm making this like the most important decision of my life now, but
Just ask the cat to pick the team for you.
yeah, 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 definitely. But then they might have differing opinions, you know. I'll be
Mm.
checking that out next. Then I want to read some of her lesser known works first. That's the way to go with it, of course, to start with the ones that no one is talking about.
Yeah.
I'm participating in Cat Lady Readathon and Once Upon a Readathon, and really
Yeah.
low key clear your shit. Cat Lady Readathon, I am not participating at the moment in which it's happening because I am on the train to Venice at that point in time and I already know the book that I'll be reading, but I'll be doing some Cat Lady Readathon reading just at a
Mhm.
later point in the month.
Mm.
Won't be doing non-fiction November, but I usually try to read one non-fiction every month.
Yeah.
Nice. I have the Founder's Right trilogy on my series to read next year. Okay, so we should really make this happen. I'm gonna try and get through these comments a little bit quicker now so that we can do another sprint. I'm glad my mom died is really good. I listened to the audio too. It's rough to read or listen some of the things she went through. Yeah, that's definitely what I've been hearing. You get a very different perspective on what it can take to be a child actor. Yeah,
Mm.
I'm like, I watched a clip of Drew Barrymore once that kind of went into some of her history as a child actor, and I kind of want her to also write about it at some point. Has done like an amazing interview with the author of I'm Glad My Mom Died, and in that she's kind of saying like, how do you find the courage to talk about these things? So clearly she's not at that point where she's ready to share, but I would love
Mm.
to read it if she is. But yes, BB, that's my nickname. Booktube is definitely making me readjust my interest here now too. I've only hauled a few books this year, but it still means I need to read more. But has it been a few books, Tufty? It's heartbreaking at times, I can imagine. My personality requires me to complete all of the objectives in a readathon. Like, I need to clear all of the icons off the map in Assassin's Creed or whatever. I already assumed you can join Team Wolf. I know, I know.
That's
I
why
know
I'm not
that that
saying
team is there.
anything. You do you.
So the problem is, like, Team Wolf has Sasha in it. Team Witches has Pris and Kristen in it. Team Huntsman has the guys in it, and not enough guys have participate
Mm.
in readathons. There are so many teams that I'm like, I want to support you, but I don't know which. Maybe I need to choose like a team of which I know none of the hosts. Hope you enjoy. I gotta check out Bloodchild. Sounds interesting. Are you frozen, Sasha? I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Because I was like, I don't see her moving anymore. I hope she's okay.
Ah,
Okay.
now she's alive.
Yes. Jonah Wolf, Becca T. Wolf. Yeah. You guys have an agenda. See, Tufty is for the Huntsman. Once upon a readathon. Gotta join the guys. Gotta support them.
Yep.
So, I'm caught up. Time for another sprint. Okay, so another 45 sprints. I assume that that is okay, or you guys want shorter?
It's fine for me.
Okay.
I
Sasha
think
always does
Sasha froze again.
45. Yeah, but she usually does 45, so I'm sure
Yeah.
she's fine with it. So
Nice.
Yes.
start. I need to share my screen, I guess. E- Share screen. Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Hello.
Hello.
How did we all do?
I did not read because I took care of the puppies and I ate.
Nice.
So yeah.
I read 10 pages and got distracted.
Fair. I finished a chapter, read another one, and then I went for a snack and did some Duolingo.
Nice.
Need to protect my spot.
How am I doing?
Daniela finally did the dishes. As for books, finished the X Hex today. Did you end up enjoying it? Because I thought you said like you weren't super invested. So hope you still enjoyed it. And I'm gonna start the Infinite Game, a non-fiction book for a work club. Not fiction for a book club at work. Nice, you have
Nice.
a book club at work. It's like I don't know, like work-based books then, or is it just like really purely like in but things that you're interested in outside of work that you guys read? Read 20 pages of my textbook. Maybe a little bit less exciting, depends upon whether you really, really enjoy the subject matter. 52 pages. Yeah, same. 52. Wow.
Wow.
That's not what I read in an hour. Not even not even in an hour, and it's only 45 minutes. Jealous. Read about 30 pages of the second to last story of Blood. Ah, okay, so you're almost done then. Oh, is it like consistent all the way through, or like are there some stories that you're just kind of like meh about? Because that's usually my problem with short story collections.
Mm.
Hello, I started Shorefall. Another one. As I'm on my way back home, and my other book is somewhere under all the snacks I just bought. That
Nice.
might be too many snacks, then, right? Chapter 13, so 50 each pages. Another one of these super fast readers. Made it partway through 14, so caught up to Sasha.
Yes, you are.
Read 21 pages this time and did my laundry. What language are you doing on Duolingo? There are two languages going on Duolingo, but I'm only actively doing one, and so that's Chinese. I do have Spanish on there as well, but like I Spanish is on there as a refresher, but it's too easy for a refresher. So yeah, I'm watching a TV show to refresh my Spanish instead. It took me a while to get into the X Hex, but ended up enjoying it. Nice. Start Assassin's Apprentice again. It's a reread. I read 10 pages. So we all refer to Sasha as Heart of the Pack, and this series is why she should continue past Assassin's Apprentice, because book 2 will already give her the answer to that question.
I will read it just to understand why that title.
It's the way it's written, so addicting.
Nice.
The Workbook Club is new and hosted by management. They say it can be anything we vote for, but will probably mostly be self-helpy, nonfiction, maybe memoirs. I mean, it could still be very interesting. I got one book from work, but I never read it. It was about like negotiation, and I was like, I don't
Mm.
need negotiation still skills. I read 20 pages of Into the Drowning Deep, and oh my god, Sean Maguire knows how to write. I forgot that that was Sean Maguire.
Yeah, all her horror sci-fi ish kind of stories, she writes them under that pen name, Mira Grant. Yeah.
Yeah, wrong button. I usually have the same problem with short stories, but Bloodchild has been surprisingly consistent. I
Ooh.
have ones I like better than others, but I've enjoyed all of them. Nice. Yeah, I have a short story collection by a author that I've really enjoyed her two other works by, Sayaka Murata, but I'm just like, I don't know, scared by the short story concept, so I still haven't started.
Mm.
Heart of the Pack, exactly. Wolves have no king. True, true.
Is it also from the series?
I don't know whether it's said like that, but yeah, that's the idea, I guess, behind there's a heart of the pack, but it's like not that this person is therefore necessarily like
The
higher.
leader, like, yeah.
I also don't understand the reference because our DNF is Sisters and Princess. I mean,
I will let you know.
to be fair, I really don't think the first one is the best to give you an indication about whether
Mm.
you want to continue or not. The first one to me is okay. The second one was amazing. Third one was a little bit disappointing after the second one.
Hmm. I will give it a try.
My edition also has afterwards by Octavia Butler after every piece, so it's really interesting to read about why she wrote that specific piece. Yeah, I loved afterwards. What I also love is like translators' notes in books in translation that kind of give you like the backstory or the background that you're missing because the author in their original language doesn't need to clarify certain stuff. So I want more of my works to have these sort of like inside knowledge, so that you can see where things are coming from. I have to admit to being a bit less impressed with Into the Drowning Deep. The repetition has really frustrated me a couple of times. I will report more in the live show.
Looking forward to it.
I am almost tempted to just leave a feedback on the on like the Google form, even though I haven't even read it, just to be part of the live show. Is that the end of book 2?
Okay.
Wait.
The wolves have no king.
Well, is that what they say in there or what? Because I mean, I know one particular thing about the end of book 2, but yeah, my memory also sucks, so never rely on me. Since the last chat, you've left me thinking if I combine SPFBO reading in November with the Once Upon a Readathon, the Huntsman team effort. My current thinking for November was to focus on SPFBO. Maybe they can work, for
Mhm.
Once Upon a Readathon. I don't know when I'm gonna get into SPFBO. I do also want to read it. Should look into when the winner is announced so that I can kind of schedule it in before that. The last story on this collection is titled "The Book of Martha." I mean, it was made for you.
Oh.
Fitting.
The shorthand of JC makes it sound like Judith is Jesus. Or maybe she is. I loved Into the Drowning Deep for maybe first 70% and then was dissatisfied with the ending. Okay. Into the Drowning Deep is the reason why I never read any Maguire. I really did not like it. Okay. I mean, you
No,
need
but
to
it
show up
has
for Sasha's life.
nothing to do. No, it has nothing to do with We Were Children. Like from what I have read, like the few pages, the writing style is completely different, in my opinion. So you might still enjoy We Were Children.
Wayward Children is like Sasha's whole identity, so she's attacked now.
No, I accept that some people hated it. It breaks my heart. It's like every time someone criticizes that book, I lose a piece of my heart. But it's okay. Oof. I hope you
50%.
won't be disappointed or dissatisfied with
Hmm.
the ending.
But it will make for some interesting conversations in your live show, of course.
Yeah.
We need a team salt in every live show, right?
Mhm. Yes.
The live show is next weekend.
Next Saturday. Yeah. Always. Always.
In my notes, I have made for Into the Drowning Deep that I'm now less likely to read Shauna Maguire.
Oh.
But Shauna Maguire is also,
Middle game.
yeah, middle game. That's
Middle
what it's
game.
called.
It's also super good. And it
It
has nothing to do with Mira Grant. No.
and is it like just like you cannot compare Into the Drowning Deep with Wayward Children? Is Middle Game also a completely different sort of like writing style or vibes
From Into the Drowning Deep, yes,
from all of
absolutely.
them?
But it's closer to the way she wrote the Wayward Children series. You
Yeah.
can see that there is something eerie about it, like a bit like, I mean, it's fantasy, so it's still like different, and there are like things happening, and it's very interesting and everything. So it's like Shannon Maguire, Mira Grant, complete different writing style.
Yeah.
Completely. You would really say that it's two different persons.
What is your dog doing there? Scratching?
Yeah, she's scratching
It's
and
Nova,
sleeping.
right? It's difficult
Yeah,
on this
it's
small
Nova.
screen. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No. No, 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 no. I mean, yeah, I get that.
I mean, that's what sounded pretty interesting to me, and the whole sort of like mockumentary aspect to it sounds
Mm,
interesting.
yeah.
Now I wonder about reading Wayward Children. Don't even want the possibility of breaking Sasha's heart. I mean, I read it and was like, meh, but I will still continue. I will still give the second one a go because the first one has like a lot of things that I don't really like in all of my stories. So
Mm.
it's very much down to that particular story. So maybe second one will be more to my liking, unless it also has a murder mystery plot, in which case, yeah, I'm just not down for any of them.
No, it's a bit different. Like the first one is really like the school setting, and yes, there is like some kind of murder mystery thingy happening. But the rest of the series is like the kids traveling through the worlds. So it's like discovering the world, discovering the compass, and understanding a bit more regarding that. So it has less of a school setting, if that makes
That would
sense.
also work more for me because I
Mm.
like the worlds more, and I found it sad that we didn't get to see a lot of that.
Mm.
So the beginning is slow, but I don't mind it. It's still really interesting what happens and what they are researching. Yeah, I think that that framing of it's like is interesting. That framing of the horror in a sort of mockumentary style, kind of
Mm.
like Blair Witch Project. Every live show needs a contrary opinion to the majority to make it interesting. Yeah, definitely. Middle Game was art. Okay.
It was.
Does she use Shauna Maguire for YA and Mira Grant for adults?
No, Mira Grant is more like for sci-fi and horror, and then Sean Maguire is more fantasy because every Heart the Doorway is YA, but I would not consider me the game YA. So yeah, Mira Grant is sci-fi horror, absolutely.
Noah. Hello, welcome back. In the middle of making my meal, no reading happened today, I reckon. That's also completely fine. Making Sean Maguire Mira Grant sound like the writing equivalent of Jekyll and Hyde. I love books about movies and movie making, so I thought Into the Drowning Deep would be my jam. Sadly, just boring to me. Might still try Wayward Children one day. The fourth one in an Absolute Dream is my mostest favorite. No murder plot, goblin markets.
Yeah, I cried
Well,
at the end of that one, and
Mm.
it's my favorite. Yeah.
I'm actually enjoying Into the Drowning Deep. It's an easy, comfortable read that I don't mind reading at all. I've just been howling for more editing of the book.
Hmm.
Wait until you try Fairy Tale by Stephen King. That made me go like, edit it down, please. Dan Among Sticks and Bones, book 2. Yep, that was my fave, while I didn't care for book 1. Okay, so that gives me hope. I feel like with
Hmm.
that series, it can be a big hit or miss because all the books are so different. Fair.
Absolutely.
And she also has a Deborah Baker for children. Is that like the story within Middle Game?
So within middle game, you get sometimes in between chapters a short story regarding like two kids, and actually it was so popular that everyone wanted like a continuing of that story that she actually wrote the books, but it was never meant to be a book.
Mhm.
But now there are two books, there is a third one coming. So yes, they're linked to middle game in some way because one of the characters in middle game is actually telling the story.
Yeah. Also cooking over here, spaghetti bolognese. I'm going to Bologna in 2 weekends. Wayward Children is so amazing. Still not past 60 pages in Fairy Tale. We were like reading it at the same time when we were at the beginning, and then she just abandoned it. But no worries, I abandoned it 300 pages in. So
Mm.
Wow.
Wayward Children is really different than Into the Drowning Deep or Middle Game, in my opinion. So they're all pretty different then. Now I'm a bit more excited to read Wayward Children 4. Didn't like 3 much. Yeah, it will be a sort of swing series then indeed. Stephen King and editing. That's like Tolkien and editing where you realize that it's them edited down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Editing, I mean, I don't know whether his editor just doesn't dare to, or whether he just is such a big name that there is no editing anymore or what. I don't know, but
Maybe.
I'm gonna cook spaghetti bolognese with red lentils too. Nice. All right. So,
Speaking, sorry.
no,
Speaking of
say.
Stephen King, has anyone read the 11/22/63?
I have read 11/22/63.
Is it good?
Uh, I mean, I don't have any bad experiences with that book, but it is also way too long.
Oh,
But it has quite a lot of action to it, I would say. So I guess it's one of his books that I read for which I feel like the page length is most merited. Like I still
okay.
think he could have done that story in way less pages, but he filled it up with enough action for that amount of pages, so to
Okay.
speak. Whereas with Fairy Tale, there are certain parts in which you're like, has anything happened already at this point in time in the last 100 pages or so? And I don't think that that was the case with 11/22/63.
Okay.
My favorite by him was The Shining. And that's also just shorter. I don't know whether that's the reason or not.
Mm, okay, nice. I'm gonna be reading that one next month, the 11/22/63.
Yeah,
So I'm
there's also
curious.
a show for it, but I don't think I've ever watched any of the episodes of the
Mm.
show, so I don't know whether they're good. And I don't remember because with Stephen King, a lot of times I hate the endings. I don't remember whether that was the case for
Mm.
11/22/63.
I'll let you know.
I take a lot of book hauling influence from BookTube, but this is my first exposure to Shauna Maguire, all of the others. Which of these author handles is her real name, by the way?
Shannon Maguire.
That is her real name? Okay.
Yeah.
3 was my least favorite, the only one in the series that got 3 stars from me. I think it is being a big name and that is his idea of editing down. All his books go on a bit too long. I was almost considering DNFing the series, but I already own the next 3 volumes. Shall try to remember that. Okay.
Ooh.
Of 11/22/63, I
Yeah.
assume. Right.
Nice.
Yeah, so I don't really have much memories of disliking the length or anything of that. I listened to that on audiobook while I was driving. That I know. But
Mm.
I think with audiobooks there it's so interesting that with audiobooks I always have a memory of where I was when I was listening to the books, whereas
Mm.
I don't have that with reading. But I was playing Age of Empires the other week and I was like, oh yeah, this is when I was listening to the X Hex. I was listening to the X Hex while I was playing Age of Empires last. Or when I'm
Mm.
in town in the place where I used to go running, I'm like, oh yeah, I was listening to The Hate You Give while I was running over here. And so it's like an association that I don't really have with physical reading. I guess because I'm always in the same place when physically reading. Yeah, I have not read any of those. The Mist or the Colorado Kid. I read like Thinner or something like that, which is under his other under like an alias. It was okay-ish, but yeah, I King. I wasn't gonna try any more King, and then I saw some good things about fairy tales, so I made the decision to go for it. Also thinking that it will be in the Goodreads Choice Awards, and then I hated it. He's notoriously bad at endings. It is known. For it being known, he's still super popular. I don't understand it.
Yeah.
It's not the length of the book, but rather the phrase repetition, which I've noted in a couple of places that has particularly frustrated me. It really glares, so I made notes for the live show. Okay.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Well, if you already own them, try the next one and see if it really isn't your thing. Yeah, like don't read all three if the fourth one also doesn't work for you. No, it is. Wait,
It.
is this referring to it
Oh,
or
It's it.
wait. Was it?
such a horrible title for a book? It might be referring to the book It, because when I read It and we're talking about Stephen King, then that sounds like a real association to make. I also remember what I was doing while listening audiobooks. Yeah, I am daunted by Stephen King. I don't know where to start, so I don't really read anything of his at all. I mean, fair enough. I wouldn't
Yeah.
necessarily say you need to read King, but that's also because I haven't had great experiences. I read a few of Stephen King and not sure if it's for me. We'll try some hype books and I own some secondhand copies by him. As far as I'm aware, his like older books are more like more people are excited about his older works. So like
Mm.
Misery, Pet Cemetery, It, even though I wouldn't recommend It, and The Shining. I bought Fairy Tale this month, still have to read it. You might love it. The last one I read was the Dark Tower series. Let's not talk about that. Its ending is very polarizing, but worked for me. I did
Mm.
not even get there because I've read book one twice and I still don't know what happened in book one because it was just so boring. I really love the Green
Oh.
Mile. Yeah, I've only watched the movie for that one. I
The
never
movie
tried
is
the book.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From King, I only read lesser known novels Dolores Claiborne and The Dark Half. No, haven't heard of that one indeed. And the one they have to keep walking or they die. Yeah, the long walk, I think, right? Um, I have
That
heard.
sounds interesting.
Yeah, I have heard. Who was it? Emily from Books with Emily. She really likes that one. I think it's her favorite King, and it does indeed sound quite interesting.
Hmm.
Yeah, for me, fairy tale, the repetition of Mr. Bowditch's name. I was listening to that on audio as well. I have to constantly hear and hear it. I read The Institute by King, really liked it. Also, DNF, two other books by him, and I'm pretty sure we've broken up for good.
Yeah, I've read The Institute, and I feel like that's where he switched from horror to like something different, like
I
paranormal
think he
horror or
reads
mystery.
like, yeah, I think he writes in like three genres, sometimes horror, sometimes fantasy, and sometimes more like thriller.
Yeah.
Um, he doesn't have too many fantasies, I believe, but like I think The Institute and Fairy Tale kind of fall in that category. I'm
Mm.
expecting Fairy Tale to win the Goodreads Choice Awards, though, but I will not be happy for that. Dreamcatcher was so weird. I was probably way too young when I read that, but disgusting stuff happened that wasn't really necessary. I mean, that's a given with King. King has some great adaptations that are more palatable than his books.
Mm.
I mean, he has really good concepts. So I'm always tempted because they sound so good. It always sounds like such an interesting concept. Gave 3 stars to both Kings I read, so I'm not too interested in reading more. He's also kind of racist and sexist, so yeah, definitely some of the words used by his characters, at least. I don't know too much about Stephen King personally, about the author himself, to be able to know that, but definitely in his books there are these characters. I really didn't like If It Bleeds by King. It was just boring conversation between boring men. I had to DNF it.
Fair.
The beginning of Fairy Tale will probably not work for you neither. I mean, I like the beginning of Fairy Tale, to be fair, but
Mm.
I know a lot of people are like, when is the story actually going to start? This is boring. But actually, that was my favorite part of it. The Long Walk, yeah. That's the title. Funny enough, The Dark Tower doesn't pick up until the second book, but if you dislike one, don't continue. Thank you. So many people tell me that I need to ignore my dislike for book one because book two will make it better. But then I'm like, yeah, but I guess I need to remember something about book one, right? To go into book two. And all I
Mm.
remember is it constantly being about the man in black. Always. The man in black this, the man in black that, the man in black that. The Long Walk. King and Disgusting Things, you make it out like he put a. Well, spoiler alert. That was not in the movie adaptations, to be fair.
I
I
mean,
wonder
thanks
why.
God.
But so we are caught up again. I think this will be the. I don't know. It's difficult because if we do 45 minutes now, it's until 25. Then we cannot really do a short sprint anymore in between. Maybe we'll do one of 30 minutes now. Then a
Two
short
short
chat, then
ones.
another third one. That might
Hmm.
work better, right? Let me just
Yep.
change this here. Timer 30 minutes. Save. Okay. So, and that screen is still there. Have I been sharing this entire time? No, right?
No, no.
No.
Okay. So, in three, two, one. Hello.
Hello.
She never stops.
She's saying hi.
Yeah, definitely. 50% of Gunslinger about just past the desert part. And I must say that I thought that the entire thing takes place in the desert, so that already tells you how well I remember. Don't remember zombies, but okay. Hello, Jess. Oh, hi, Buffy. Yeah, she's saying hi, definitely. Faith was also here, and she's also here now, but she's not on camera. Twin saying hello. So just spent this entire sprint looking at the SPFBO 8 finalists and rewatching Dominish Book's BookTube episodes on Once Upon a Readathon to see how well they overlap. Will I do this thing? Do it, do it, do it.
Just do it casually, low key. You can try low key.
Twin! Oh, yummy. Pumpkin in the
Yeah.
oven. Wasn't that what you were going to make for lunch, indeed?
Yeah. Oh, then
So,
it cuddles. Both of
cuddle.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. There aren't enough cuddles to give to Buffy. If every time she meows I have to cuddle her, I will never let her go. Which I think is
Oh.
indeed the goal, but uh-huh. I read halfway chapter 16, almost on page 200. That is more or less where you guys are, right?
I am on page 180. Yeah. Halfway through chapter 16, which is 1 hour and 40 minutes long on audiobook.
Okay.
That's a hella long chapter.
There's Fate the Floof. Yep, definitely. Does Buffy go when you hang out? Well, Buffy is very, very happy today because normally they are not allowed into my bedroom. So the next few times that I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna have to fight off some cats that will be on the other side of the door, like, why am I not allowed in now? I was allowed in yesterday. Why not now? My cat meowed back to yours.
Oh.
Hello back. Read about 20 pages of the last story and texted with my cousin. Okay, so it's a little bit of a longer story than if it isn't finished yet. Oh, yeah, hello, humans, too. Yeah, we're here too. I made it through all 7 books. Most of that world is some kind of desolate wasteland, so fair. Yeah, it was. I'm so hungry right now. I can imagine, but the smell of pumpkin. I don't have a pumpkin now. 37 pages done. I did take a minute to finish the chapter because it was so tense. I can imagine. Sasha,
What do you think, Gabby? I'm
something
really
she something
hopeful.
she needs to finish for tomorrow.
I'm making progress, I swear. I still have all of this, but it's doable. I know I can do it.
It looks like there's a fair bit of overlap with SBFBO and Once Upon a Readathon, so it makes sense to my optimization brain to do both together. So, score. I read 26 pages of Into the Drowning Deep, 20 more pages into Plain Bad Heroines. The writing is so good. Love all the cat content. Yeah. So I now film my videos in this room, and since they don't have the opportunity to get in here, I have to edit way less meows out of my videos. Poor kitties, they will be very confused. Yes, definitely. It's 30 something pages. The last 2 are longer. The others were way shorter. You gotta read fast then.
That's the plan. That's the plan. But I feel like it's doable because it's very easy. It's like 490. Wait. 97. 96. 496 pages long. So I have 310, 15 pages left.
You're gonna read them still tonight, a little bit.
Probably tonight after the movies, and tomorrow morning I'm gonna wake up early and read them. Absolutely.
That's dedication.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you reading anything for book clubs or things like that, Barbara?
For book clubs. The Hollow Places actually is for G's Patreon book club
Okay.
this month. So hoping that I do have Into the Drowning Deep from the library. So I was planning to read that too, just somehow hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Anything else? I haven't gotten to the Salon Life either. So I am failing this month with book clubs.
Sasha also still needs to start the subtle knife, so
I mean, it's for next Sunday, so
all the time in the world, right?
yeah, and then it's gonna be like Friday night. Okay, express. I mean, last minute sprints. I need to get that book done. You know.
Unfortunately, I don't read that fast.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to speed through it neither. I mean, I'm happy that I was expecting for this when I wanted to reread it, I expected it to be much more of a slow read than it is. Definitely
Mhm.
is something that I can go through like at a decent pace, but I cannot like sit down for hours reading without like like breaks every few, I don't know,
Minutes.
every half hour or so. Because
Mhm.
yeah, my focusing power
Yeah.
isn't that great.
Mm.
I'm waiting for my pre-order of The Vanishing of Evelyn Jones, which says it's out for delivery today. Come on, mail person. I find that the worst because then I'm spent like most of my day just waiting, you know.
Mm.
Even when it says, even when I know like the guy usually arrives around 1, still the entire morning I'm like, maybe he'll come early. Sure. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but I don't know how come, but I was really addicted to that book and I just couldn't put it down. But I was in a better like mindset as well. Now I'm like tired and so many things in my head, so I'm like slower. But I still feel like it's doable because I'm listening to the audiobook while reading it, and usually it
Yeah.
makes me read a book faster to be like immersed. So hopefully, I mean, not hopefully, I will finish it like tomorrow.
And how much do you have left in the audiobook? What does it
At
say
the,
in terms of the timing?
yeah, at the speed I'm listening to, it's 4 hours and 47 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds
That sounds
doable.
doable. Yeah.
Mm.
The last minute reading homework is hilarious. The hilarious thing is that it happens every month.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I believe in you. It is very addicting too. Okay. Where did this comment disappear to? Reading 100 pages a day is really good going for me. Yeah,
The
100
same.
pages is usually what I like aim for, but a lot of times it's also like I usually get there, but then there are these days in which I only read 10. Like last night, I only read like 10, and then I was even falling asleep during those 10. So it says between 10 and 2, and it's currently 11:20. So I don't know. Maybe tomorrow will be an organization day. I did finish Oathbringer last night, so break is in order anyway. But it was a reread, right, for you, Oathbringer? I both can focus for hours on a book or keep getting distracted by movies and series, but I do need to stretch my legs from time to time. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Reading along with an audiobook really helps at reading way faster. It depends because I don't like my audiobook tempo to go that high. I like it sounds so hyped up when
Mm.
the speed of the audio is that fast.
Yeah.
So I typically then just try to lower my pace. This is not a nice spot fate. Thanks to booktube commitments, I have taken to reading in the evening before bedtime. Previously, I would usually just read while in bed. Hence, my reading bandwidth has gone up this year because of you. Like, I read any type of the day typically, but
Mm.
in beds is like a very limited amount of time because I usually fall asleep when I'm reading in beds.
So,
Mm.
Audiobooks do help focus. Definitely that. I mean, the speed thing is an issue for me for combining the two, but it definitely helps me focus on it. The anxiety of receiving packages. Some also do last minute reading. Same also do last minute reading a lot. I now recognize the sound of the mail truck. That's living in the center of a city. You cannot like. But when I'm waiting for a package, then you're always like, oh, "That's the sound of a truck opening." Like, is
Mm.
that for me? Is that another one? Ah, it was your
Mm.
first time. Oh. What's the most important step? First time reading Oathbringer. I did read about 200 pages once before, but had too many other things at the time, so this was me going back to it finally. Surprisingly enough, when people talk about Oathbringer and they were like, "Ah, that ending is so action packed," I didn't remember a thing
Oh,
until I reread it, and then I was like, "How did I forget all of this?"
yeah.
Anything past 2 times starts sounding more and more like chipmunks are reading to you. Exactly. Chip and Dale talking to me in this high speed up voice. Your cat powers coming true. Yeah. Or the spider senses, Spider Man. I've joked many times about the reading homework because I don't like the last minute stress. Yeah, I also want to avoid like having to go through many of it last minute. So I always try to time it so that I have more than enough time, but
Mm.
also not too far ahead so that I don't forget too much.
Yeah.
I audiobook with 1.25 speed. That is the most I can do. Also, have not started with Into the Drowning Deep yet, so there's that. I think I start at 1.25 always, and then I can kind of make my way up to 1.8 in some audiobooks. Depends on the speed at which the narrator talks.
Mm.
The reading speed of the audiobook doesn't have to be that high, it just really helps focusing,
oh,
and so the reading is smoother and faster because of that. Yeah, but then I
exactly.
read faster than the voice. So then I find myself pausing my eyes to match
Mm.
the audio, and then that doesn't really work. I put yellow stickies on my desk for each package coming so I know when to listen out for the post person or delivery van.
Oh,
That's another type of obsessive. The most important step. Ah, I'm going to have an emotion again, Clio. I'm sorry, sorry. Aki and Taiga will growl at the mailman, so I won't need to keep attention. They will just let me know. True guard cats.
I love that.
Need like a sticker, beware guard cats or something like that. Chipmunks. I usually only go to 1.8. Yeah, 2 times if the book is fast or the narrator particularly slow. I think I went to 2 times on something because I needed to like finish it or I wanted to finish it that day. But then it's really high, really sped up. It kind of gives me almost anxiety for when it's like that fast.
Yeah, I can go to 3 times speed, but only if I'm reading at the same time. If I'm just listening to it, usually will be like 1.5, 1.6 maximum. So I
And
don't
then
know.
you don't notice anymore how like rushed it sounds, or
No, I don't. And your camera died.
it's time I have to blame another cat, I think.
Yeah, but no, I don't notice it. I notice when I go down. Okay, you're back.
Yeah, but now
Got
I
the
need to
wrong
find
camera.
the correct camera again. Oh wait, where is this settings? Okay. Uh
Yes.
yeah. You don't notice it anymore then because of how much you're focused on the book.
Yeah, I don't notice it. It's just when I go down in the speed, then I'm like, oh, it's very slow now.
Mm.
But no, I don't notice it anymore.
No.
But I read fast, so maybe that's also why. Like I can read like, I mean, it depends on the book, but usually like adult, I can read like 60 pages an hour. and then middle grade it's up to 100, 100 something. So I'm I'm not a slow reader anymore. Not the fastest, but not a slow reader either.
Yeah, I'm slow, but
Me too.
with audio, I just find it like, yeah, it just sounds so rushed, you know.
Yeah.
I think, but when I'm reading along, I do get to a higher speed, so I can kind of understand that. Then I also notice less, apparently.
But I feel like
Depend.
it's good, to also not listen at that fast, because like I got like you I mean I think I talked about it during winter sprints, how sometimes like at one time I was speeding up everything, so even the movies, the shows, everything, and that's bad
Mm,
because you
Mm.
don't take the time to enjoy things. So
yeah, 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 I think it definitely is like there's a danger there of becoming impatient with everything, of like
yeah.
everything needing to move faster, of like feeling like things cannot take up time anymore because there's so much more that you can put into time if you speed it
Yep.
up. So yeah,
Yeah.
with movies I definitely have never done it. But yeah, with audio it's just because I just don't like it when it sounds that fast.
Mm.
But it depends on the narrator too. Like I will purposely listen to Gaiman slower because his voice is just so lovely. Some are
Sure.
also just slower, so that also impacts the speeds.
Yep.
I've been listening to podcasts since 2006, but I've never ever used faster speeds than one time. Didn't even know that was a thing until I started watching you, BookTube Fox. I mean, some I definitely do on one time, but some are really slow on one time.
Mm.
Like really slow, like not enjoyable anymore. It just sounds like they're taking like a pause between every word.
Mm.
So then I do also put it to 1.2.
Mm.
Some narrators are worth a slow pace. Yeah, don't really read faster than 1.5. Yeah, 1.5 is like my
Mm.
usual, I think. Get my
So-
del- yeah, I do that sometimes when I'm not at home. It was fate, I believe. She was just passing by the laptop at that point in time. It is a bit unusual having so many cameras in your bedroom. It is true. Yeah. I sometimes wonder, like, sometimes a tripod with my camera is here, and then I have the light on, and then I'm wondering if people from the other side of the window can see that I have a tripod in my bedroom, and be like, what the fuck? Slow reader and 100 books in a year. Yeah. Slow reader, a lot of reading time, and compared to a
Mm.
lot of booktubers, it's still very much slow pace and slow book count. But I mean, I'm happy with that number. I don't like to read fast or my brain won't retain anything. I mean,
Yep.
my brain doesn't retain anything at this speed neither, but full immersion books sound weird beyond 1.5 because music and sound. Yeah, I can imagine.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a slow reader. I also think that people who can picture everything in their mind tend to be slow readers, maybe. I picture nothing in my mind and I'm a slow reader. And I definitely picture everything and have a hard time enjoying a book when I can't. Hmm. Yeah, I don't see anything. As
Mm.
that happened to
Yeah.
me with the Wizard of One's books and their random songs. Yeah, I was listening at like I don't know 1.8 I think, and then I turned the podcast on afterwards, and it was still on 1.8, and I had to go back to one because I was like, what is this? I speed up most YouTube videos, but nothing else. I never done it for YouTube neither. I listened to a horror audiobook that was just produced in a very fast time and its style, and it was not scary because it was rushed.
Yeah.
Okay, I am super behind on comments. I'm sorry, but I'm going to start another sprint. A 15-minute one or a 20-minute one? What do we think?
I mean, we can do maybe a 20 and then talk a little bit and wrap this up.
Yep.
Okay. 20. Save. All right. So add to stream. All right. 3, 2, 1. Final sprint. Go. And we're back.
Hello.
How did you guys do?
Hello.
25 pages.
Wow. 12 pages.
Nice. Are you enjoying it? Okay.
It's weird. I'm not loving it, but I'm not hating it either. I am still waiting for what's gonna happen. But if I'm on page 125, so if it's gonna be the same, not my thing.
Poker
It's not
face.
bad. Yeah.
Sasha's keeping her poker face now. Yeah.
I mean,
You
I
loved
get
it,
that.
Sasha?
I love that, but it's one of my favorite like subgenre is cosmic horror. So it's like,
Okay.
and that one has portal fantasy as well. So it's like a weird little mix. So I get it, but wait till the end.
I will.
I'll get
I'm
them.
set on it onto just read it and hope for the best.
All right, I'm gonna try and get back to where we were. I did always identify as a slow reader, and then this year have read 110 books and didn't read for like 4 months. Wow. It's quite a turnaround. I think I will get to 100 books this year, but I definitely have been reading the entire year to get there.
I don't think I will.
No, I won't.
The Hobbit, narrated by Andy Serkis, is one of the few I listened to at like 1.2. Yeah, I was there when he was doing, like, I was there. I say I was there. I I caught his like marathon reading of that when he did it live. Yes, I was working, but multitasking. But it was amazing. It was so awesome to see him go through that book. For some profession, it is normal to have that many cameras in the bedroom. Lol. Let's hope neighbors' minds are in the consciously. Not even sure that they really notice it, but glad I wasn't the only one having that thought. Doesn't it mess with people's view time if you speed it up? Potentially. I'm not entirely sure.
It does. It influences the data. Because if you speed it up, let's say the video is 20 minutes long, you watch it at 2 times speed. So the watch time is 10 minutes and not the whole 20 minutes of the video.
Should change that. I mean, but okay.
Yeah, they should. They should measure it with the length of the video, like how much you have watched,
Because you have watched the full video then, so it's not like you lost interest after 10 minutes. I'm also a slow reader. I also picture everything like a movie, and distractions by my cats and son don't always help. Whoa,
Yeah.
speed, that's a terrible typo. I mean, it was the context made it clear. It does. I think I learned that from the pack. It made me want to go back and rewatch videos because I felt so sad. Lol.
Don't feel so bad. It's okay. Like already having someone watching your videos, like whatever the speed they're watching it at, it's still a great thing. So it's okay.
Definitely. I personally appreciate people watching my stuff on any speed, and in terms of the number, it's still better than nothing. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true, I guess. I'm definitely the person who watches and likes all the things, but hardly ever comments.
Same.
A ghost in the videos. But to be fair, I watch a whole lot of videos on my TV, so through the YouTube app, and then I don't put in the effort to go to my computer or to my phone to go to that same video and then give a comment on it.
Yep.
Hey Denise, we are still here. I got, I don't know, about 50 pages or so done in the subtle knife. I do want to get more done still, so I might do some reading during Sasha's sprints.
Yes. I think I've read 100 pages. So that's good.
I read like 55-ish.
We are the same pace.
Yep.
Ate something, read nothing. Valid. I'm in the okay. What is this word? Bathypelagic. What? I suppose it means something to people who have read Into the Drowning Deep.
I'm not one of them yet.
I can definitely see the hollow places
Mhm.
being a not for everyone sort of weird. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a weird that goes unexplained. And so for some people, that is, yeah, they don't like that, of course.
Yeah,
I
it's like,
really love that. So that's,
but you love the Annihilation as well, right? Or you
yes.
have not? Yeah.
Yes.
Annihilation is similar. Yeah.
I read 4 pages and cried. You
Oh
were reading
no.
Into the Drowning Deep, right? Hmm.
Oh.
I reached chapter 17 and my pizza arrived. Oh, I still think about the busting all the time. The busting?
It's so
No
crazy.
spoilers, please.
No, 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 no. I'm not gonna say what it is. But yeah,
Ah,
yeah.
okay, it's in that book. Okay. Maybe around 20, but only 70 pages from finishing. So I think I'm going to read till I go to the Halloween party. Are you dressing up?
Wow.
Let us know if you're dressing up, but have fun.
Now at page 264, and I started at 214, so also about 50. That's why I never speed up YouTube videos. Honestly, if you speed it up, you can just watch more video, and I think the number of clicks is the more important thing for the algorithm. Definitely a possibility. I don't know, understand the algorithm, so no idea, but I'm really trying to leave a comment when I watch a video. If I
Mhm.
don't have much to say, I leave a heart. It's definitely appreciated. I love
Yeah.
getting comments and responding to comments. I think it's my favorite thing about YouTube. So the first 3 years or so were hard because I had barely any subscribers and so barely any comments. But now I'm so happy to have like some people who are always commenting on the videos, and I'm actually really like waiting for some of those comments sometimes. Like, when will this person watch my videos? I want to see their comments.
Yeah.
I lurk a lot too. Try to comment as much as I can. At least leave a like to defeat the algorithm. I almost always leave a comment or an emoji in the comments. I read around 120, which is awesome. Thanks for
Uh-huh.
great sprints. Thanks for having me today. Have fun in your next hops along the journey this weekend. I love Annihilation too. All 3 books. Give me all the weird open endings. Yeah, I love open endings. But I definitely need to continue with Annihilation. It's not a spoiler. There's a literal bus. Lol, I will spoil it for you.
No, I saw the buzz. I just don't know if there is going to something happen
hmm
with it, or if it's gonna come into some big play or something. I don't know. But I saw, visited the bus.
You'll know by the ends. I only found it was happening yesterday, so I'm gonna be the vaguely dressed in black vampire witch. Sasha
Nice.
and White want to skip chapter 19 and you won't miss anything from the story.
You mean
Okay.
Shortfall?
Into the Drowning Deep, I think, right?
Oh, yeah, that's oh.
So I'm guessing there's a trigger in there, probably.
Yeah.
So, but then maybe look up the trigger warning if you don't mind trigger warnings.
But can I
Just
skip chapter 19 for my live show? Is it like important information and no? Oh, I'm gonna check it.
I
As
don't
you
know.
said, trigger
Oops.
warnings. Because if you are telling me to skip it, I think I might know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, though. Thank you.
All
At least
right.
I'm warned.
So be wary going into it. At least you're prepared then as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, says Judith says for Into the
The
Drowning
drowning deep.
Deep.
Okay. I think I know
Okay.
what you mean.
Yeah, probably. I also think. So it is 6 now, so I think it's time to kind of wrap it up. So for those of you who are not patrons for Sasha, if you want more of these sprints, there are still many public sprints coming this weekend. So tomorrow morning, for example, is the next one, which is hosted by Denise from Adventures in the Enchanted Forest. I am not entirely sure anymore now of what time it starts. I think 10, but
Or
I'm
11,
yeah,
It's
10
11,
PST then, and
I think.
11 our time then,
I
right?
think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, 11 our time.
yeah. And in
Our
the
new time.
comments, our new time, yes. In the comments down below, like in the description, I've also linked it, so you can maybe already like put a notification on or something if you want to be there. So, yeah, thank you guys for being here with me. It was a very fun time. More talking than reading sometimes, but we still got 4 sprints out of it, so it's fine, right?
It's fine. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Thank you
All
for
right.
having me.
Yeah, yeah, it was definitely a great time to finally see you on this side of the camera. And then see you guys for the next ones.
Yeah. See you.
Bye.
Bye.
And
You have to do that